So good morning everyone and welcome to today's study workspace. Having this break. I don't know why this doesn't always work. Is it from this phone or no? Yeah, okay, it's working now. So we are starting now. We work from now till 4 p.m. Like every Wednesday and Thursday. So it's the same way today. We'll go every 1 hour will have 15 minutes of deep work time and 10 minutes of mindful break. And during the break, I will want you to take it serious and be present in your break. It's very important that you're present in your break. Don't just think that break is one of those luxury time. It's time for you to go check on friends. It's time for you to finish up the work that you couldn't finish. It's not a time for you to go help that your friend. It's a time for you to recharge. It's a time for you to renew your energy. So your break is very important. Make sure that you are present in your break and take it serious. And again, I want you to remember that during the work time, the deep work time, we call it a sprint for a reason. If you are sprinting, if you are in the relay race or you are sprinting is like, the sprint, we have the 100 meters race, we have the 200 meters race. Those are sprints because you don't take your time. You are speeding against time. So during that time, you avoid every distraction. So in this sprint time, and when you are in the deep work time, make sure to reduce every distraction, things that doesn't allow you to concentrate, things that will take your attention away. Remember that your attention is equal to your memory. What you pay attention to is what you remember. If you pay attention to the wrong things, you remember them most, and you are going to lose track of the good things. So it's good that you pay attention to the things that will benefit you, the things that will lead you to the end goal. So what is your goal this year? If you have a goal this year, how far have you gone achieving that goal? I know that so many people made so many resolutions. I'm going to achieve this. I will do this by the end of the year. I want to achieve this. I want to ask, how far have you gone achieving that? It's very important that you ask yourself questions. What am I doing to achieve my goal? What am I doing to end where I want to be by December? When it is getting to December, you see many people frustrated, you see many people rushing, you see many people doing so many things because they think, oh, I've lost time. But remember, this is May. You still have time to restructure, to redesign, to redevelop, to rethink what you want to achieve. So if you have made up your mind to achieve this year, you've made up your mind that you will publish papers, you're going to improve your creativity, you're going to achieve a skill, you're going to attend the training, you're going back to school. I don't know what your goal is. So how far have you gone achieving it? That is important. This is the time for you to ask yourself this question, because once it's getting to December, it's the rush hour. So this time you can rethink it and re-strategize. And remember, you can join us here every Wednesday and Thursday, because here we put structure to our life. Here we work based on what we want to achieve. So it's important that you join us, and remember that for every 1 hour in these 6 hours, that we are going to be having 10 minutes of mindful break. And I want you to be present in your break. Be present, spirit, soul, and mind. Don't allow anything to distract you from your break. And remember that your break is not a luxury. Your break is not because you finished everything that you have to do. Your break is not because you've worked hard. No, it's a necessity. If you want to be productive, you must have a break. So if you are doing something and you are not having a break, maybe you have entered into a mindset that will put you in a loop, and you will not be achieving what you want to achieve at the right time. You will still think that you're making progress. You will still think, okay, there is an output, but maybe the time it will take you to produce those things, they are reducing. So you need to re-strategize. You need to plan for breaks. If it takes taking a leave, 1 day off, 2 days off, 1 week off, then you can do it. So you have the clarity of mind that you need to progress. Is very important, especially for those that are students, for those that are writers, those that are researchers. You need that time off for you to gain the clarity of mind that you need. I'm telling you, you wouldn't know what good break would do to you, what good the break will do to your achievements till you take one. When you take one, you have that aha moment. How did that happen? Why didn't I think it this way? Why didn't I go that way? You are not seeing that way now because you are not resting. Your brain is not processing the information. So take time to process the information. If you're at work now and you haven't planned your break, please plan your break along with us today. If you are at work now and you've already planned your break, remember that it's not a luxury. So it's a time for you to recharge, to renew your energy, and to gain clarity. So take it serious and rest. You can find out what makes you relax. If it is taking a walk, if it is taking a nap, a power nap, 10 minutes is okay. So join us every 1 hour. We'll be taking a break, 15 minutes on top of the hour, and during that time we'll be chatting and discussing how we improve our productivity, how we improve our memory, how we improve our output as a person. That is for those that wants to improve themselves, not those that wants to cut corners. Cutting corners is good, but uh, when you lose the confidence that you have in yourself, the competence to fight, then you understand what you've done. So it's important that you improve your confidence by trying, by doing things yourself. So join us every Wednesday and Thursday. Now we are starting like every other time. We start 10 minutes after 10, so we started now, and it's going to run that way. Every 10 minutes, every 15 minutes on top of the hour will be on the break. So come here and chat with us during that time. You can ask questions on how to improve your productivity, how to improve your output, how to improve your results. If you are a student and you are struggling, you've been working hard to pass, you've been working hard to improve your grade and it's not working, maybe this is the space for you to ask questions. And if you are a researcher and you are struggling alone, please join us. You won't work alone once you are here, because every Wednesday and Thursday somebody will be here to discuss with you. You can put questions there and we talk about it. So we start now. The next break will be 10:50. Then after that we're gonna break. We go back to our sprint time. So every 50 minutes on top of the hour, 10:50, 11:50, 12:50, 1:50, 2:50, and the last one goes 1 hour at a stretch, where we get these 10 minutes that we've used now back. So we work till 4, from 3 till 4. So that's 1 hour. Then we close and wrap it up. And I want to congratulate everyone that is joining us here today. So let's go and see how much we achieve before it is 10:50. I will be chatting. Please remember to introduce yourself in this space, and remember, it's very important to us that you are kind with your words. And please ask questions, make comments, but let them be kind. So thank you for being there, and let's go and see how much you achieve before it's 10:50. So this is our break time. This is 10:50. It's time for us to relax. It's time for us to stretch. If you're there and you want to go on a break, this is your break time. This is your 10 minutes of mindful break. So be present in your break and make sure that you are resting. You are not just going to take your hands and your eyes off the work that you're doing. You are going to be getting the rest that you need to recharge, to gain the clarity, so you can return to the work you are doing with all clarity and be prepared to get what you want to achieve done. So let's go through what we have to discuss during this break time. Like I told you, it's a promise. I'll be here most of the uh, break time, even if I'm standing stretching, that we can be discussing. I want you to put your questions in that chat and ask questions, as many as you want to ask, to improve your productivity, or you think you can discuss with us here. But let it be something that is that can build us up. It's not something that will make us wonder why we are here, or will make us wonder if people are still human. Please try as much as possible to be very humane and very kind with your words. It's very important to us. So try as much as possible to contribute to this space. It's a very meaningful space. It's a place for those that are working. It's not a place for those that are joking. You know, sometimes people think that joking is the main thing to do. They will gather, they play. Yes, okay. Those are also very important. But in this space, remember that we are very, very serious with what we are doing. So I want you to take it serious. I want you to take it serious. How did they remove this tray background? I don't like it. Oh, thank you. So let's go the way it is now. It keeps going the three way. I don't know, but I want it in only one view. How do we do that? How do we do that? I don't want it showing in three ways, and yeah, maybe if it is that way your own, you can try as much as possible to change it. I don't know, but it's showing three ways this way, and I'm not comfortable with seeing myself in three different places, and yeah, it's moving. So we are discussing how to improve our memory, which is the basis of our productivity. If you have a weak memory, there is no help for you from any technology. No matter how good the tools are, you might not be able to use it. So try as much as possible to improve your thinking. Try as much as possible to improve the way you reason, because if you reason very well, no matter the tools, even you can work without tools sometimes and still make headway. Though it will be difficult, but you know what you are doing. So it's very important that your thinking is improved, because every weak memory is just like weakening your foundation. So try as much as possible to improve your memory. So we are going to be talking about how to improve our memory, and also the exercises that we can do. You can just stay with us, and they are very simple exercise. I know that we live in a world of easy answers this time. You know, you can always get any answer that you want. Just ask it to Google, just ask it to your phone, ask the chat GPT or whatever AI you are using, and you get answers. We know that you can get almost every answer, but it is now left for you to sieve these answers to know if they are of good quality, if they are helpful, if that is what you want. So it is left for you. For those that are fighting AI, thinking, oh, you don't need to write with AI, oh, you don't, those are not really thinking the right way it should be. Because I know that when they started using computer, I know that those typists, they went on protest, they did so many things to stop it, but that did not stop the computer from being where it is. It is very helpful. So the AI is also very helpful, but it is not left for us to use it the right way. So if you cannot use it, then it will not help you. You can garbage in something in there and it will bring out answers. And believe what I'm telling you, most of those answers are not up to standard. Most of those answers are just the generic answers. Most of those answers are not what you can hold on to and make progress in life. You need to have the ability to judge these answers, to say, okay, this is of good quality, this is not up to standard. You know how to ask the questions and know what you really want. If you have had discussions with most of these AI, if you have this, you will see that most times they will tell you, I think what you are saying is true, okay, I got it wrong. So if it can get it wrong, and so many people are depending on it, then something is wrong if they are not thinking well. So it's not all about use it or you don't use it. It's about your ability to judge if what you are using, if the answer that it brought out is the real thing for you. It is easy to get those answers, and then that has weakened our thinking. It has worked both ways. It has eased the work, but it has reduced the ability of so many humans to think. So you can see the trade-off is big. What you are going to lose is big if you are not using it the right way. So it's time that we start talking about how to use these tools, how to use them as tools they are, because they are tools. They are not a replacement for your brain. They are not a replacement for deep thinking. They are not a replacement for human ingenuity, and we should know that for sure. So if they are quite easy and it will provide easy answers, then it is left for you to use it the right way and you get the answers that you want the right way. So let's look at some of the things that we can do to improve our memory, because your memory is not just about remembering the past things. It's not all about you just remembering the things that you did yesterday. It's about you having the stuff from which you draw to improve yourself. Because if you don't have this memory, you don't have a good retention of your skill. Each time you are going back to ask Google, you are going back to look at it, oh, second guessing yourself, you lose the confidence that you need to do that work. That is one. And it will waste your time too. And three, you are not going to make headway. So it's good that you have good memory that you can keep, so you draw from. So let's see what we can do to improve our memory. Our ability to recall is very important in every exercise that you do to improve your memory. Active recall is very important in it. So it's not just storing it. It's not just about learning more information. It's about you bringing out what you've learned. It's about you remembering them. It's about you pulling it out. So yeah, I want you to take a book. We are going to just do one exercise like I promised. Each break time we'll do a gentle exercise. It's not the puzzles, it's not the Rubicon. You know, some people, once they hear that, they are going to be disappearing from the space. So I want you to remember that these are gentle but very efficient exercises that you can do to improve your memory. If your memory is growing weak, now you go back very fast to check your Google, to check your phone for answers even before you think through it. Then you need to come close and let's improve our memory, our ability to recall, our ability to hold information for a longer time. So the first thing I want you to do is to take a paper, maybe take a book, or you have a phone. I want you to read a passage of what you are seeing. When after reading it, I want you to close it. Don't look at it anymore, and check if you can say at least three things, three highlights of what you remember from that passage, or if you can write it down. That will tell you how much you can hold. And with time, if you keep doing that, it's going to improve your ability. And if you are struggling to remember it, don't bother. Give your brain 60 to 120 seconds, which is 2 minutes, a minute to 2 minutes to struggle. Remember that if your brain is not struggling to bring it out, if your brain is not trying, then it won't remember it. Your brain grows, your memory grows by your brain struggling. That usage of the brain is what makes it to hold the information, because when you are struggling, it's going to tell your brain, you know, this thing is very important, you need to retain it. And if you keep doing it, your brain will know that yes, you're going to be reminded to bring this thing out next time. So this information is important, then keep it. So I want you to always give yourself the time to think things through before going to your phone to ask questions. I want you to give yourself the time to struggle. Let your brain struggle. Even though you're looking at it, it's looking like it's blank. I can't remember this. But you know that you've seen this before. You know that you've come across this before. Give yourself time. Give yourself 1 minute to 2 minutes. Don't give less than that. Then if you can't get it, go back and check then and see if you remember it. If you remember it, you have succeeded. If you see it, you have succeeded after that, because you've told your mind that yes, anytime you're seeing information, then you should do more to keep it, because you might be asked to bring it out. The human brain is so smart. It is created in a way that it will protect you and it will protect itself. So if it knows that it's going to struggle too much to bring it out next time, when it is looking at any information, it's going to take notes. So teach your brain to take notes. This is 11 a.m. and we are going back to our deep work time. We'll be discussing again. We'll be talking about this again once it's 11:50. And please ask questions on how to improve your memory, how to improve your thinking, how to improve your retention ability to keep information, and how to encode information the right way. That is very important, to encode information the right way, because many people think that their memory failed when they could not remember, but some of them failed even before that because they did not encode the information the right way. So try as much as possible to learn from us here, if you haven't, how to encode information. That's how you take in information, then you go forward to how to store the information, to how to retrieve it when you want it. So these three stages must be efficient, it must be good for you to have a good memory. It's very important to us as humans, and also to avoid cognitive decline in the future. That's very important. So let's go back to work and see how much you achieve before it is 11:50, and by then we'll go back to another break and start the discussion again. So I want you to put in the chat what you think about this space, or just any question that you have about productivity. So we are starting now, and thank you for everyone that is there, everyone that is supporting one way or the other. See you talk again once it's 11:50. Please remain with us. So it's a break time now. It's time for us to relax. It's time for us to chat and stretch. If you want to go for a stretch or for a walk, that's okay. So we are going to be doing a memory exercise. We start early this time. It's just the things that we do to improve our memory. If you are studying with us, if you are working with us, what you want most is a very strong memory. So you can remember things. You don't need to keep rechecking. You don't need to keep going back or struggling. So if you have a good memory, you have a good thinking ability, then every tool is going to serve you well. But if you have a weak memory, you have a weak thinking ability, no tool can help you. It's as good as that. And remember, if you cannot explain it, then you don't yet understand it. You can explain it because you understand it. So try as much as possible to learn to explain things to yourself or to others. If you think you know it, there is a difference between recognizing and recalling. So if you can recognize it, it's just like you're watching a movie and you see this person, you say, oh, I think I've seen this thing before. Or you see something, you just say, oh, that I've seen it. And that is recognizing it. But recalling is the ability to pull it from your brain. If you close your eyes, can you remember the details in it? If you close your eyes, how much details of that particular information or person or object that can you remember? So that is recall. So let's look at these stages in your formation of memory. We have the encoding, we have the storage, and we have the recall. Because if you encode it, if you store it, you'll be able to recall it. That is just what happens. But many people will think, oh, I can't remember this. I'm very forgetful now. Now I struggle to remember things after reading it. I keep reading and rereading and I'm not getting any headway. And they will think, oh, something is wrong with my memory, without knowing that maybe they did not encode the information the right way, or maybe they did not store it the right way. So you will need to encode it, which means you need to learn it from the right way. You need to learn it properly. You need to understand it. You didn't just scroll through, you didn't just skim through, you didn't just watch it and you say, I think I have it, and you didn't revisit it again. If you did not revisit it, if you did not ask questions when you were learning it or when you were studying it, the problem might be encoding, which means you might not remember it. Then if you have encoded it, you ask questions and all those, you need to go through all the process to get it stored, because it takes your brain processing it when you are resting or when you are sleeping, to take it from the short-term memory, which is your working memory, to the long-term memory, which is where you want it to be. So if you want it to be in your long-term memory, you will need to give your brain the time to process information, and that time is what we all are fighting with in this age. We keep having more information, we keep going up and down looking for more information, not knowing when to stop. And we are not giving our brain the time to store it. We are not giving our brain the time to process it. So if you keep going on and on gathering information, and even when you are supposed to be sleeping, many don't sleep, they are going through their phones, they are getting more information. So if that is you and you are not giving your brain the time to process information, it will be hard for you to remember it. Take note of that. So you will need a time to process the information. You need sleep to take it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. So for the health of your memory, you will need to give your brain the time to process information. That's important. Then for recall, if you want to improve your recall ability, that's the ability to pull out what you've already stored in your brain. There is need for you to practice active recall. There is no need for you to be intentional about it. Try to remember things yourself. Try to depend on yourself. Try to, maybe after you've read, you close your book, you try to remember the things that you've read. After you return from work, then you look at the things around us. Okay, what did I do today? So you ask questions and you try to explain it. You try to pull it from your brain. When you have something to write and you are struggling with making the sentence, you are struggling with spelling, then you give your brain the time to process it. That struggle alone is what helps your recall ability. So learn to give your brain the time to pull it out, and learn to depend on yourself. Consult yourself first before you go straight to that phone or whatever you are consulting. So let's get another. Let's just do one more exercise. We did one during the last break, so now we are doing another exercise which is very, very important. It might look simple, but they are quite important. They are very efficient in improving your memory ability to recall information. So I want you to just think about your house. think about the rooms in your house. If you have up to 5 rooms, 2 rooms, 3 rooms, or you have 1 room, which means you will have the kitchen, you will also have the lavatory, you will have the sitting area, you have where your bed is. So I want you to think about a room that you think that you know. If you were asked, okay, what room in your house do you know very well? That room that you say that you know very well, I want you to pick that room and close your eyes as we talk now and think about the things in that room. I want you to think about everything in that room, from your bed to the clothes to the shoes and whatever that is in that room. And I want you to start placing them where you think they should be, where you think they are when you left the house. And I want you to close your eyes while doing that. If you are in that room, don't open your eyes yet. So think about the position of the things in that room. We call this exercise the room scene. So if you were asked to just draw that room, and you will be able to place those objects where they are at that point in time. I want you to place them in your mind. If you think there are too many things there and you can't place them in your mind, I want you to take paper and pen. You can put it down. Say, okay, my bed is at the entrance when you enter, then the left, okay, towards the window. So explain where those objects that you think you remember, where they are. And you just need to give yourself the time to think through this, because I want you to go back later and check whether you remember truly where those things are, whether you can remember them. It looks very simple. So many of us will say, oh, we know it very well. But when you get back home, you'll find out that, yeah, maybe they were not where you thought they were, or maybe you were excellent and you remembered everything and the places they are. We call it room scene, but that helps your memory. It helps your spatial memory, so you be able to think things and bring things together. So we are going to be teaching things that will help you actively recall, to actively store information, to activate your ability to think, because most people have given their brain so much break that is no longer with them, because they've outsourced it. They think, oh, the phone is going to tell me the answer each time. They no longer want to remember any appointment. They are not even making any effort to remember numbers, even those that are very important to them. So it's time for us to think through the things that we know. If you think that you know that room, you know that, okay, I understand, I remember my kitchen. I want you to think about the ingredients, the things that you bought, okay, the places that you placed it. If you were asked to just draw that scene of that room, where will you place the objects in that room? That is very important. And I want you to always try as much as possible to consult yourself each time that you have any thing to think about. You have a letter to write, you have an email to write, you have a question to answer. I want you to consult yourself first. Don't go asking. You know, I've seen someone when they want to write a letter, oh, please, can you write me a letter to this? And even without providing context about this. So I want you to always consult yourself. It might be a struggle the first time, but that struggle alone is something big, because without struggling, your brain wouldn't be able to store the information. Your brain grows, your memory, the ability to remember information grows by usage. So if you are not using it, it's going to be dormant. Just like every muscles of the body, if you don't use it, it will grow weak. It's going to reduce. It's going to reduce the ability. So try as much as possible to consult yourself. Exercise your brain. Exercise your thinking each day. Make sure that you give yourself the time. You don't need to go through puzzles. If you can do puzzles, it's okay. If you can do the Rubicon, it's okay. If you can do the crossword, it's okay. But I want you to always sit down and ask yourself questions. If you are engaging in any content, ask questions like, what is in this content for me? What is in this book? What is the main point in this passage? That is the question you need to ask. And once you ask those questions, you see your brain will start thinking. It's going to, okay, I know that this thing is important, because if you point it out, your brain will know it is important. But if you keep scrolling through, you keep going through, you are teaching your brain to treat information lightly, to treat it as if it doesn't matter. And that is just what many people are doing. They are scrolling through, they have too much information, and there is no time for the brain to process it. They don't revisit it, they don't even think about it anymore. you are bound to forget it. You can check the forgetting curve, is there, and you will see that if you did not revisit it after 24 hours, you are bound to lose about 70% of what you have learned, of what you have seen. Then you start struggling and say, oh, I think I saw this thing, I know this thing already, but I can't remember it, because you told your brain that this information is not important, so it will treat it that way. So try to put more effort to think around it. So we've come to the end of this break time. This is 12 p.m. This is 12 noon. So we are going back to our deep work time, our sprint time. During this time, we reduce every distraction and we focus on the job at hand. So let's go and see how much we achieve before it's 12:50. And remember that we are here so you can join us each time and enjoy your break. It's very important that you enjoy your break. And if you are joining us, you can just introduce yourself and let's know what you're working on. And again, remember that your break is not a reward. It's very important for your efficiency. It's very important for your productivity. So always enjoy your break. Always give yourself the time to process information. So we start now and we'll be discussing again with another memory exercise once it's 12:50. So it's a break time now. It's time for us to go on a break to stretch. And if you've been sitting like I've been, it's time for you to stand up and stretch. Don't sit for more than 3 hours without standing and walking around. If you can move around, you can go around and stretch yourself. That is very important to improve circulation, and then we can continue. But sitting for a long time is not the best for you. It's not the best for your health. So try as much as possible to stretch and walk around. And remember that you should be present in your break. That is very, very important, that you're present in your break, not only at work. Many of us, we are present at work, but not present in our rest. Yeah, many of us, we are not present at work, and we are present at work, but present, absent in our rest time. Some of us, we are resting, we say, okay, we are on a break, and then our minds are racing 100 kilometers per hour, maybe 1,000 kilometers per hour. So it's time for you to remember that your rest is very important to your productivity. You are not resting because you finished everything. Nobody ever does. No, you will never ever be able to finish everything that you want to do in life. No, unless you are not planning. So many people that left us, they had plans, so many plans, but they did not fulfill it, they did not achieve it. So there will always be plans, there will always be things that you want to achieve, there will always be things that you plan for tomorrow, for next. So if you want to rest after you have finished them, or you will see that yes, you might not be able to rest. So make sure that you take intentional breaks. Is something that you have to do intentionally. So plan it before you start the work. If you're going to work today from 5 till 10, or you're going to be working from 9 in the morning till 5, make sure that you have planned your rest. You've planned your time to relax, your time to take a break. Is very important. So don't always think, oh, let me finish before I'll go to break, or they'll think, oh, you've worked hard, you can go and rest. No, rest is not a reward for hard work. It's not a luxury like some of us. We think, oh, he's resting because he has it all, nothing here, doesn't have anything to do anymore. No, you are resting because you have a lot to do. You are resting because you have so much that you still want to achieve. That is very, very important for you to remember. If you have a lot to achieve, you have a lot to do, then you will need rest. If you think it that way, then you will stop stressing yourself for too long. For me, when it is time to sleep, I'm going to sleep. When it is time for me to rest, I'm going to rest. No matter what is happening, even if the heaven is falling, I'll have to rest and come back to it. Unless it's an emergency. And if it's an emergency, you can go on and do it. But make sure that you are not always on that fight and flight mode for a long time, because there you start being stressed, and once you start getting stressed, your body will start producing the hormones that are not helpful. So try as much as possible to rest when you ought to rest. When you know that you need rest, you rest. So plan it earlier. For every 1 hour, you can rest for 10 minutes. For every 25 to 30 minutes, you can just make it short. It depends on how long your concentration, your focus can last. You know, some of us, we are struggling to focus after 10 minutes, after 20 minutes. You can start shots with short, should I say short time. After 25 minutes, you go for a rest for 5 minutes. Then after 30 minutes, you can go for 5 minutes break. So you can walk around, you can do anything that helps you relax. Then if you can go for 1 hour, which is what we do here, so you can walk for 1 hour, then you rest for 10 minutes. You can walk for 15 minutes, then you go for 10 minutes break. And make sure that you don't sit for a long time. If you are sitting after 3 hours, please try as much as possible to stand on your feet and walk around. So many people are making low-level mistakes. They are struggling and they are putting in the hard work and not seeing equivalent results. Not because they are not intelligent, not because they are very careless. No, because they are tired. That is the most factor, should I say, the most common factor in it. If you are tired, you see yourself making mistakes that you will not normally make. If you are tired, you see that your brain, the ability of your brain to process information fast will reduce, and that is also going to affect your ability to make judgments, to make decisions. So why don't you take that rest and then get back to that work, and you will see it moving very fast. So now I want us to do another memory exercise. Please take these exercises serious. They look very funny, they look very simple, but they are very, very efficient in keeping your memory intact and improving it actually. So you can hold much information, so you can remember things, so you will not be forgetful. Remember that your memory is not just a storage. It's not like you bought an external storage. It's a processor itself. It's something that you really need. It's very, very important to your growth in life. It's very, very important to your happiness. It's very, very important to your achievement in life. So you need to have a strong memory. You need to have a strong ability to remember things. Remember, if you can't remember it, it will be difficult for you to think deeply about it. So you will need to remember it so you can think about it. If you remember it, you wouldn't need to go back to start searching for it, so you can move forward from there. So let's get this exercise done now. And I want you to be very, very, should I say, committed to it. You can do it every day. You can do, we have been given different kinds of exercises here that you can do in 5 minutes, even less than 5 minutes. Some of them you can do in 2 minutes. So try as much as possible to allocate 8 to 10 minutes each day to do these memory exercises. So let's just take this one now, which is a very old one, but it looks fun. It's very efficient. I want you to think randomly of objects, of things around you, of the things that you see. Just, you can pick anything, and the weirder the sentence is, the better. And if you have picked the 5 objects, pick 5 objects around you, or maybe that you can remember. You can write it down, no matter how random they are. And I want you to use those 5 objects to create a story. The weirder the story, the easier it will be for you to remember, because when it is weird, you will see your brain working, asking, does this really make sense? How do I make it to make sense? So before you know it, you remember it. Even you might try it now, and maybe tell me later what you think about it next week. If you want, you can still put it in the chat what's happened. So make that story very weird, and see if you can remember it after a day, after 2 days. So if you've chosen 5 objects, like let me just choose the things on this. Let me get something done. I think this is not working well. Let me reconnect. Okay, it has reconnected successfully. Okay, yeah. So when you tell these stories, and you will think it's very weird, the weirder it is, the easier it is for you to remember. So do that often. You can just choose 5 objects, 6 objects, 10 objects, and start creating a story with it. Try to relate them together, even though they wouldn't make sense, but you will see that you will remember it. Like saying that the desktop was laughing at the phone when the cup is being used on the desk. This is just 4 objects now, and I didn't create it earlier, it's just now, but I know it's very weird, so my brain is going to be working. This is one of the most efficient way of improving your ability to remember information. So try it. You can pick 5 objects, pick it randomly, even the things that are not within your room. Like you are thinking about apple tree, you are thinking about the strawberry in the farm. Just, you can pick 5 objects and start creating a story, link them together in a story, and you will see that you can remember it. And remember that you should consult yourself each time first before you start consulting that external help that you have. Our external help, which is our tools, and not a replacement for our brain. They can be your phone, they can be your ChatGPT, they can be your Google. You can ask Google anything. Say, Google, what is the time now? Google, what should I eat? Google this. And so many things, so many weird things that people ask Google. Before you do that, please ask yourself first and get answer from yourself. What you're doing is to pull information from your brain to get the things that you already have, and that is the best exercise for your brain. This is 1 p.m. now, so we are going back to deep work time. And remember to join us every Wednesday and Thursday. This is a very important space, so endeavor to join us here. It is very, very interesting, and with time, when I sort out the TikTok side, then you'll be hearing the music that is playing at the background. So it's very important you join us to have structure for your day, to have structure for your work time. So we are back to work now, and I wish you a very successful 15 minutes. So it's our break time. So this is a break time. I'll be going on a break now. Stand to walk around and stretch. I'll be back in about maybe 3 to 5 minutes, and then when I'm back, I'll be giving out the memory lessons, the memory exercise that we can do. The simple exercises to improve our memory, to have a grip over our thinking, and to improve our ability to recall information. Remember to stay tuned, and if you have questions that you want to ask on memory, on how to improve your ability to recall information, how to study information, how to improve your productivity in general, you can just put it in the chat and we'll talk about that when I return. So I will be posting it, and we'll return when it's let me just say in 5 minutes at most. So I'll be back. Let me get, okay, that's post live here. I'm back. So I'm back, and so we've taken the memory exercise, and remember that your memory is very important in your thinking, it's very important in your day-to-day activities. So as not to be stressed, so it's good that you keep your memory active, and also to avoid cognitive decline that comes with age, and maybe with this era that we have. You know, in this era we are the most informed generation that ever lived. I don't know those that are coming, but you see that the more we have this help, the less people are thinking. So I will encourage you to improve your own thinking, to not outsource your thinking. Don't depend on those tools that you've been given as if they are mental crutches. Use them as the tools they are meant to be. So we are going to be talking about that exercise. We've done the first one, which is the room scene. We've done remembering of creating stories. So this time what we are going to be doing is to think just 10 minutes ago. From now, think 10 minutes ago, what were you doing? the last 10 minutes, what did you do? So who did you meet? What was the discussion, or what happened? What is the main highlight, the highlight from what you discussed or what you did? So I want you to think back just 10 minutes, not more than 10 minutes. So this is 55. So when it was 1:45, where were you? What were you doing? Where were you sitting? Who did you meet, or who did you talk to? And what was the discussion? And very importantly, what was the emotion when you were in that 10 minutes? Were you happy, or were you worried? And just, you can put it down, write it down, you can just say it loud to yourself. You don't need to put it in the chat, because these are just your private business. So I want you to think back to 10 minutes. We are still going to do the long term one, which is the one I'm going to be reminding you, so we talk about it next. So I want you to think back to 10 minutes, what you were doing. Can you remember vividly what you were doing, the discussions you were having? Can you remember vividly who you met the last 10 minutes, if you went out, and what was the discussion? If you went out to buy things, can you remember maybe how many people that you met on the way? So I want you to think that, and give your brain that time, 60 to 120 seconds, to think, to see if you can remember it, to struggle a little, because that struggle is what you need to keep your brain active. So it's very important that you give your brain that time to struggle. So struggle within that 10 minutes, and within that 2 minutes, within 1 minute to 2 minutes, and write down the things that you remember, or you can just say it aloud, the things that you remembered. Like, I was here, I was working on, I sent a message to this person, and this was the main topic, or this is what we discussed. Or maybe I went out, I was in the restaurant, this is who I met this, and the person that served the food was wearing this. So try as much as possible to describe what happened the last 10 minutes. That is going to help your memory. It's going to help your working memory. Remember that your working memory doesn't hold too much information. It's going to hold like 7 information. That's like 7 different things, 4 to 7 objects. So you don't overload it. And you can now see if that is how much it can hold. How much have you fed it since morning till now? You've been going on and on. You watched this, you read this, you talked about that. So if it can only hold 4 to 7 objects at a time, and you are not thinking about it, you haven't revisited any one of them to take it to the long-term memory, how much do you think you have forgotten? So those are the things that you can ask yourself. And remember that we have these different memory, that you have the sensory memory, we have the short-term memory, we have the long-term memory. These are different, the way they function, how much information they keep. And what you really want is to have the information that matters to you in your long-term memory. Then you need to ask yourself, what makes an information to end up in the sensory memory? What makes the information to end up in the short-term memory and never go to the long-term memory? So if you ask yourself these questions, and you're able to get the answers, it will make studying easier. It will make remembering things easier for you. It will teach you how to encode information, how to make your understanding to improve. It will teach you how to store information, because most times it's not all about remembering it. If you did not store it well, if you didn't go through the right process, you see yourself forgetting those things. And you see students, they already in the exam hall, they are now asking themselves, I know I read this, I can't remember it. So that's also is dependent on how you treated that information. Once you are a normal human being, I know that there are some people that are struggling. If you are struggling, you can see your doctor, you can see your tutor, and talk to them. They might have help for you. But for an average person, with little effort, you can make it from what they are giving you, in school, from the questions they are setting and all those. They must be from your curriculum, or what they think you should know. So if you put that effort and you learn how to learn, it will be easier for you. So the sensory memory, remember, it doesn't hold much information. Just few seconds is gone. It's just like you see something and you know that yes, you passed somebody, or somebody was talking, and now they're asking you what did the person say. Because you did not pay attention, you will not remember it. And your short-term memory is your working notebook. You can put things there, like now you heard me say something, you can just say it out again. That is your working memory. That is your short-term memory. Now the problem is taking the information from your short-term memory to to your long-term memory. So you will need to work a little harder. You need to do things differently. And now, if your short-term memory is only holding very few information, that is where most of the information we are gathering ends up. Then you will need to think around it to see how to improve your memory, to see how to make things to go to your long-term memory so you can remember it. And there are some things you remember even after years. You ask yourself, why do I still remember this? There are things you are struggling to forget even after years, and you ask yourself, why am I not forgetting it? So if you start asking questions, you get answers. So let's go back to our deep work time. This is 2 p.m. and we'll be continuing this discussion once it's 2:50. Please stay tuned and let's talk about what makes us forget and what makes us not to forget things. They are very important, and that will help you to build your memory. That will help you to keep more information in your brain. So let's go and see how much we achieved before it's 2:50.